All right, and we're back. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, got a chance to think about some of the things we were talking about in the last stream. Again, we're using this project as a guinea pig. This is um, our event model for our application, which is just a conference organizer as our experimental domain. So, yeah, I'm hoping that you are able to follow along. Last time we were when we were coding, we looked at moving all of the implementation for one of these slices. We started with the easy stuff, like just simple posts. We'll get to some more complex situations, such as dealing with authentication, authorization, and multi-tenancy, and then also with the fact that we're running as a web application versus some of these processors that run outside of the scope of any web context. And also, I took some advice from Yare, who didn't really like the scrolling across the bottom, so I vibe coded. Now this is a term, vibe coding. I vibe coded some plasma effects for the back. I hope you like them. And stopped it with the scrolling text across the bottom. So now you can just see. I think I have it set at every 15 seconds. I can do that. I pushed that code up to the event modeling source code on GitHub. If you want to use something similar, you can copy that code as a starting base. It's no libraries, just HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Simple splines with randomized blur and randomized green component of a bluish green color. Why these fade to slightly bluish as the green fades. Anyway, I hope you like it. Kind of goes with the event modeling logo, I think. Yari also wanted some background moving around on the back of the background of the chat above me, but I haven't bothered with that. I think that little bit of black space most of the time will be hopefully filled with questions coming in from people that are watching. So if you are watching and you want to ask about event modeling, event sourcing, or any of these things that we're doing here, please feel free to join the chat on Discord. We always try to answer things in the general chat, but there is a live stream chat on Discord that is hooked up to this, so you can ask questions. We have been working a lot with thoughts around the dynamic consistency boundaries. So in event sourcing, we typically had the approach of event streams being really replayable for any kind of manipulation that we wanted to do with state. And that ended up having, not the ideal optimization for how much information you need to replay or even have within context. So we've been playing around with that. Nothing wrong with doing aggregates if that's what you need. But we don't want to ignore the fact that we can have sparse consistency boundaries based on what we need. We're also updating the format of event modeling to have a aware clause here in these green boxes. So in other words, when as an example here, when we have something like our topics that we voted on, so we're working on the voting aspect here, and so when I vote on something, it should show me what I voted on compared to the others here. So if someone else votes on my stuff, sorry, just checking the YouTube feed here, make sure that we got everything going. I think we're going well here. All right, so we'll get to the vibe coding soon. Again, I had a really good chat. I'm gonna do release 2 of the podcast episodes because I have the workshop coming up this Thursday. We have Martin's webinar coming up tomorrow. And so these podcast episodes will go out today. So hopefully you can listen to one or both of them if you like. It covers these topics. And then, of course, we're going to cover a lot of the intro of that in the webinar, kind of a presentation. I think Martin does that for like an hour or two. But then we have the intro workshop on the Thursday. And then the advanced workshop has already sold out. We don't want to have too many people in there to get to everyone. So, yeah. That's going to be very awesome to have that class next Thursday. The advanced one is already booked up, but I added another date. So if you want the advanced topics that we're talking about and to dive into the code and really spend 4 hours at the deep dive, I added another date, April 10th. So yeah, this live stream is on YouTube. It's also on. Hey, Cobster. Okay, Cobster. I didn't know that you were that you're Jake. I don't know how I missed that. So hey, Jake. I didn't know you were called Cobster. So Jake is another event modeling aficionado. I just started his company in Portland, Oregon. Looking forward to doing a lot of work with him. But yeah, yeah, the plasma effect is no secret, Jake. You can just look at my last commit there in on the eventmodeling.org repo on my GitHub. You can get that code if you want. Yeah, super easy to set up. And anyway, yeah, the stream is live on YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn, and Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And I've applied, but I'm not sure if it's working. I've applied to have the TikTok stream going. I waited a month. Apparently it worked, but then it wasn't. So if you find me on, I think I'm event modeling on TikTok. If you find me there, let me know if you can actually see it. TikTok makes it kind of weird to see your own stuff. I don't use that. I'm not a TikToker, but it's another channel to get this content. So anyway, yeah, I hate using the word content. I think I was talking to, yeah, it was RMS himself, Richard Stallman, that said, don't use those words, this new language. And I kind of agree with him. These are videos. It's not just content. This is a stream of live coding and application. So I don't like this generic terminology that's kind of being thrown out there, but that's just my opinion. So Midnighter, I don't know who you are in real life. I probably do, but yeah, you can catch this on any of those. Since a lot of the discussion happens on Discord day to day, you'll have it's probably a good idea to if you want to chat in the live stream on Discord. There's a channel for the live stream on our Discord server, and that way other people that are in the community can also kind of see what's being discussed, and might even carry the conversation on if it's something specific you want in other channels there, which is nice, like the general channel or some other topics. So anyway, yeah, I'm glad that you guys are here. Let's get going. So what I was talking about is that yeah, event modeling version 2.0 really is about understanding that event modeling 1.0 was a little too heavily influenced by the initial steps of event sourcing, at least with the majority of people in the domain-driven design stuff. So yeah. That's kind of where we're at. And one of those realizations is that the read models always kind of were built to represent the underlying table of what actually is being queried for. For example, in here, when we join this up, oops, I hate that the default of our style doesn't go up. So let me just change the default style here for these. I want that to set as default, and now I'm on the right layer. We're on the event model layer. Let's make sure that this ends up. Yeah, that looks good. I think I can do that. Yeah. Okay, so this is a good example here because we have votes, and right now we see that I'm the only one that voted on here. But what needs to happen with the new way of doing event modeling is we have to parameterize this, and we can draw some diagrams of what's going on here later, because this is actually for Atom, right? And then we can have for Atom or parameters or something like that. You can say name Atom, and this way, what we have is something that shows our votes next to them, right? So, so we have the suggestions here, and then we have talk and suggestion. We don't actually have all of those here, so topics. Yeah, votes for topics. I think we ended up having a different different abstraction for this. I believe we have exactly kind of what is here. So we would have a vote count. This is kind of interesting because you don't need to really show what the intermediate data is. So for example, name lookups and lookup tables may actually be behind how you get something going here. And I think that starts to affect the given when then. So this is TBD. So do we show supporting models such as name, oops, and I don't know why that font color is sorting to that, but okay, come on, fly. Something to do with the style. I really don't understand how it's doing this. But if I exit out and go to the text here, font color, I can maybe do that at this point. Yeah, it's very weird. Very weird behavior. I copied all this, so it should follow the. And I think if I erase everything and start typing, it defaults to that. Okay, so if I do this and delete everything but the last letter, I can continue typing, and it's really annoying. Draw.io actually has this nasty sort of, I don't know if it's nasty, but it's this weird way of embedding HTML into actually how these things are shown. So I'm actually deleting a style tag or something like that as I delete that last character. So what I'm talking about here is I would have a name lookup, and here what I would have is a collection. Oh, really? Crazy. These last ones here. Okay, good. I'm going to double check what I'm going to type this as. So for example, we have reg 001, and that is Atom or something like that. And then we have reg 002, and that is going to be Bob. Those things here. So Again, this is pseudocode. It's not JSON, just kind of organizing. I really don't like the table add-ins in Miro and other table structures inside this, so I try to keep it as free-flowing text. Maybe once we get this to be an online tool, we can do that. So we can show kind of a relationship that this is a lookup here. And I'm not sure if we want to continue with this type of, I might actually just have it here without that. So this shows that, I do have to keep track of my registered, topics submitted, but when I have my registration, right, something like that. I don't have the right IDs, but if I did, they would kind of match. So I have to go all the way across here and, make sure that I have this as a lookup. It should be really, I really think that actually should be pointing to the outer one. This kind of goes a little bit out, and I don't like that extra little arrow. It's not necessary, but we could show that it has an internal lookup that we use, and that we use both in here. So because our registration and our votes are right, we have this looking for what the registration ID is, and why not use something that's a little bit more readable. I like these reg-01. It's kind of these are supposed to be just strings, so we could probably just change them all so that they have the same look in terms of readability. Like when you're looking at this event model, do I really want to look at the registration ID as EEE-FFF, what the implementation kind of has as a UUID? I want a pseudo ID, I think. I mean, a lot of times I drop the ID entirely anyway, and try to identify users by surrogate keys such as a phone number or an email. So it's a little bit more evident. But then again, like a registration, that is just an identifier that you might want. You're going to deal with identifiers. I tried to show both, just using these ad hoc keys like phone numbers or other data as keys, just strings maybe, just to show that you can continue using those types of data points as something you use to identify entities with or ideas with or whatever. Anyway, yeah, let me know if you if the stream is better now, if that scrolling text was annoying and this is better. So anyway, and any other requests for topics or questions, let me know. I do want to get into the DCB stuff, the implementation of it ASAP, but I really wanted to show how we've actually changed a lot of the application, the implementation. So pardon me for the small text here. I'm going to blow up this text a little bit bigger in a second here. I just want to give you a bird's eye view of what we consider the slice code now and why we want it to look like the way it looks like now. So let's take a look at it here, and the bird's eye view of a slice is where do we have it here? Change state. So bootstrap. Oh, here it is. I just shrunk it down. Okay, so there it is. So we really want to have a slice that, and what I mean by slice obviously is one of these pieces of functionality here, right? So if I look what's in the green box here, this is a slice of functionality that we have. In this case, it's to do with topic votes, to show what's been voted. on, and we show kind of how this progresses here. Because this topic votes is also for Adam here, and we could say reg ID instead. If we want to talk about who the registration is for, but this is really up to the implementation. We know that we would have an index on probably the registration ID, not the actual name, simply because we don't want to have data that might change. Someone might obviously update their profile name because they misspelt it, and then now we got an issue of obviously doing that third normal form types of things, but expressed as actions on a timeline instead. So yeah, this little part here, and we could put it in put it in regular brackets maybe, just to show that it's kind of like a parameter for name equaling Adam. And let's not use colon, let's just do equals. That's everyone knows. Or the name equals Adam. So we can take these out and see what we have. We also didn't finish doing this because we have these other fields here. So obviously we want, I forget whether we actually had the topics for the count. I think we just had one here. We could probably do it properly. So yeah, we would have one Adam suggestion and that. So so here we would have votes one and name Adam, and then we have, I think the reason that this happened this way is we were doing the check boxes on the server side, sorry, on the client side, where we were looking whether the numbers match the ID, because it really didn't matter. It was just a convenience to show what you voted on already, and it's not a security concern. Even if that breaks, you can obviously recheck, put a check mark next to the things you like, and submit again, and that'll be a proper form. But we really want this this view to be ready for use immediately. We really want that select star from kind of feeling when we're doing read models. That is the power of event sourcing, is that you're making all of these different projections that are purpose built for what you're trying to do. You're not trying to make sense of some weird elaborate abstraction or combination of data that kind of tries to make everyone happy. You're making your own view for what will serve this particular workflow best. Yeah, more on that in a bit. So let's just make this look sort of similar. Yeah, so we have a type as suggestion. If that's an enumeration, we could leave out the quotes. And we really don't want this topics, because that's where we had some of this manipulation outside. So look at that. Why is that? Right. So we have that, and then we can also have, whether it's checked. So, and I'll leave it at that, just so that we're not spending too much time in this. Put a dot here and talk about legacy migration. Look at that. Why is it doing that? It's so weird. Very bizarre. So the handling of the stuff here is the hell. I mean, you saw it here first. It's you know, whoever's watching the Draw.io team, there are some funky things that go on here. Well, whatever. I guess I can just try and... Is it white that I need? And then it looks black? Yeah, okay. So I'm actually flipped in terms of the colors. And so I think if you choose the white theme, you're going to have the same problem I'm having on the other side. Anyway, yeah, please fix. I know it's not a easy thing to do, getting the dark theme and all that play nice together with the light theme. Look at that. So that didn't work. The minute I went somewhere else, that okay. So it's forcing it to be white now. I don't get it. What do I do? I change something here and okay, pressing Control Z and it's doing other things. Okay, I'm about done with with dealing with this. Legacy code migration. Okay. Comma, enter. Okay, that's sort of what I wanted. And close, and then I can just hopefully just delete this. And it just changed the color of that, whatever. Very frustrating. Okay. So this sort of shows that we have, you know, at least this one example row here, and you kind of get the gist of what the second one's going to be based on what's displayed here. Yeah, so we really want our state views to have this, because now one of the fundamental changes, oops, that has a regular bracket, okay. So what we have really is a change, this for this where clause, basically, for if we're doing this in a table or whatever. If we're calculating things over our events, we're doing a left fold, there's an opportunity for our events, for our actual event listeners, when we're folding things over, to have this parameter. And even for even if they become materialized views, you could potentially have a materialized view per person. In certain contexts, that's entirely valid, that you would have something that is rendered specifically for what a certain where clause would limit the output to be. I think we already have that in live reports in certain database technologies anyway. But at least in the event sourcing world, we don't usually have this pattern. We always talk about first projecting all of the events, then having kind of the state of the world for everyone, and then when that page that wants to show something for a specific user, the where clause is kind of applied to that table to do that. And we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to basically say, well, that's an implementation opinion, and it's certainly valid, especially in this implementation, to go and look at the very events themselves and to make use of indexes that index the information maybe with the combination of the name, so that you're filtering at the data level quite a bit. And so when I was talking to Sam Atom about his project for event modeling on Auto, there was this discussion of like, okay, well, how far can we take this? And I'm kind of looking at taking the events instead of just having them as files, JSON serialized data in a file, break that apart into a directory where the properties are files themselves, so that you could have a more granular look at the actual data. And so I think this starts to look at it properly. And I'm gonna have to fix that up later. I think on the other side it detached as well, but I think if I come back to it, I'll reattach it. But yeah, some of this stuff, for example, since we have registrations for votes, notice there's no name here. We just have the registration ID for the person. So if we are to show to the users, who actually voted for something, we need to keep track of that ourselves here. And that's one of the biggest differences in event sourcing, is having this tracking. So anyway, this is the exciting stuff where the implementation is going to be entirely novel and quite good, I think. And I definitely want to keep this tech agnostic. So we're going to keep file system, JavaScript, Node Express, something that does posts and gets for the web to have it running. Not distracted by components in React or whatever else. Just simple form submissions and rendering. A mustache syntax that's easy to understand, how data gets populated into the view, and use that as the basis for doing all that. So let's go back to the application here. So every one of these slices, just back to the main point here, every one of these slices here, which is this rectangle of a full stack implementation, all the way from how the events are stored on disk to how they're projected and used and added, and then all the UI involved, that's all considered as one slice. And so I started to really tear apart this old way of doing things, which we had as, a typical app get. I've added a little bit here in terms of if the tests are, if we don't have the run tests parameter, then you do this. Otherwise, yeah, I didn't want the extra stuff running when we were just testing the unit test runner, which also had changed. But notice that we have a very typical, way of doing this with the request and your result and your error next and all of this stuff. We added some helper functions to wrap up, things like going to a custom error page and things like that in these wrapper functions. And then things like adding a room. We had a function. This is really our state change. This is our business logic here. And then, of course, passing in the data. Again, this is very opinionated to the fact that we're in a web framework. We're just putting the request body room name here, obviously. And then we have an opinion as to what to do next. It's coming from, this route that we're doing that in. So there's a whole bunch of mix of concerns. I really didn't like that. Just trying to get kind of, I'm starting to jump around from here to here. It's not a big jump, but still, as you get more functionality, it starts to kind of sit in different places. And especially once we get going with multiple files, it's going to be even worse. So, we have, we have this idea of what we know is dynamic when we go from slice to slice. So I figured, let's just make a slice object and just push it to the slices and just kind of fold in all the behavior that we want, and then also all the tests, just attach them there. I don't really even need separate the tests to be a separate object. I really can have them hang off of there. And then let's just zoom in. So I promised I was going to zoom in so you're not looking at things that are too small. But I really wanted to make sure that when I look at this slice, all the business logic is there. And if I want to look at the unit tests, maybe I did a type of TDD type of experimentation here. I could say, what my timelines are. So renames are allowed. I show 2 checkpoints. This one here has a purpose. And I also reduced the number of properties in the events. So for example, I only have a data and then a name and a summary. Summary is getting stripped, which we don't use in here in the testing. The summary property is a surrogate property that we just use to help ourselves name the files better. So once, show you the file structure, we have data. It's the fake data. I actually ran a JQ quick parser to remove that meta tag because we don't really need a meta tag. Everything outside of the data, meta field or property, everything inside the data property is essentially the event. And then everything that's anything other than data is really, metadata. So such as the name of the event. We know that it's an event stuff. So I didn't have to have a type in here. So I'm really removing as much as possible to make this as simple as possible. When these things are stored on disk, I understand who's registering, what the topics that they're voting for example, in this case, are. And I know that this is an event which is voted for sessions. And the reason that's in here is because I don't want to rely on the file name for the type. I want everything, once it's sent across different pipes and used in different places, I want everything that's needed to encapsulate the behavior of the system that's captured in the system to be in here. But that is, that is the fake event. The real stream that we have here is, very compact. As you can see when they're written on here, we have the data. We have the type name conference named. I also, so the role of the summary is to really name these events on the actual file name, something that tells us what the data inside is. So I don't have to open up the events themselves to really check things out, and that's worked well. But that's part of the infrastructure. So we started to look at a bootstrap function to basically collect, all the slices and do all this. And we were able to then embed the handling of the errors to go to the right page. We didn't have to have that as a separate thing. So I don't mind having a larger bootstrap function because it does exactly the same thing. And there I can do everything to each slice. So I have a for each here. I probably will end up changing this to a reducer, as I probably want to build up some reports at the end anyway. And so when I run the application, I can actually have those things shown. So hopefully that makes sense. But then, of course, so what do we do for each slice? Well, we need to, I was debating whether we have a direction here. This is whether we're doing green boxes or blue boxes, dealing with input or output, change state versus change view. I figured the direction should be input. And I'm not using terminology from event sourcing and event modeling in the code simply because I'm hoping that when we're doing AI stuff, we're going to be able to leverage a lot more code that already exists out there, and common terminology like input and output will be way easier to kind of draw upon from whatever those large language models have been trained on, because they probably weren't all trained on event sourcing stuff. So I'm trying to go back to basics here. The data is really the parameter stuff. So it's the same thing as the parameters in the command. And I actually want to reuse that for the read side to be the parameters on the query, because now we're actually revisiting that whole idea of a materialized view for read models, that we actually want them to be dynamic, and we want to have that information actually travel all the way through, even through to the event handlers themselves. As an event handler on a materialized view, kind of like if you have the CQRS way of thinking, that you have this publisher of events and you have these things reading them as they come in and updating their view. That's one implementation through that type of style of CQRS. But there's another one for an application like this or many other applications where you actually have the events sitting there on disk, and it's actually fine for you to go to disk and get that and apply the filtering as you need. And then the rest of that becomes an exercise in optimization, so that if you want to have indexes that look at what this data is, or potentially could be, such as previous people that are registered in this topic example that we'll get to. This is not that piece of functionality we were looking on the event model. This is an earlier slice. But there you can start to look at building out some really cool stuff that you actually don't even have in traditional databases, or if you do, it becomes something that's part of a very heavy database technology that offers a ton of other features, and you're only using a small percentage of them, 1%. The idea here is that we can build each of these slices with just enough functionality that we need. So I'm not dragging an entire database with all of the different indexing that it has and all these other things. I'm building it from scratch because I know what I have to build is small. I'm not trying to build the infrastructure for every possible thing we could ever do. We're only building the infrastructure for all the functionality that this application currently needs. And then as long as we have ways to continue to expand that functionality as our needs grow, scalability needs grow, security needs grow, all those things we can add intuitively, and kind of have that mentality that all data relies on these reference points that you would have, and point them back to the source of truth, such as the events themselves, but you can make copies of them through hard links, soft links, or other means necessary to accomplish your goals. And then have everything basically for free. Now this is this is good for showing the concepts for sure right now. My hope is that this actually becomes a very proven standard way of dealing with state and applications, just the way that Git kind of erased the past of how we dealt with source control and built a very good convention for tracking changes in source code that was very simple, with these basic 4 objects that keep kind of repeating the same patterns of how they have content addressable hashes and as the pointers and all this kind of stuff. Those are fundamentally amazing ideas, and simplicity is the hardest to attain, right? So we're trying to do the same thing here with event sourcing, that we kind of say we don't need heavy tools to do this. We really want to have very small tools at the file level if possible to attain global scale, right? I think this idea that we have enterprise solutions, I want to challenge that. I think we can, solve a big problem. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? You have that idea that you can break up large problems to simple, smaller problems that you solve bit by bit, and I think we can do that for global scale. So one of those things is, of course, understanding that our state function, our state change, in this case we call it an invariant function. These can, I think this will get renamed to something more generic, so that slices that have a direction of output, the invariant function obviously will be named something else, so we want a common one. So we could have a reducer, reduce or decide, or I don't know. Jeremy Chassing from France, from Paris, did this decider pattern, which is kind of nice, and I've started to use it a little bit more. I'm starting to see that everything's left fold. Let's take it to another level, and really, if everything is a left fold, then how do we do memoization and other sort of improvements of what we have to traverse, because it's an immutable store, right? Events only get added. What happens when we want to increase the performance? Well, we can have the calculation for this was done before with a simple lookup, and we have that cached, and we can start to apply that across the top. But in terms of expressing what we're doing, it's really nice to just kind of have, okay, well, this is the path that we're the URL that we're responding to, this is the view that we're presenting. Maybe a lot of this gets wrapped up in like the web aspect of a slice, which could be cool. I mean, we could have an API version of that if we're doing the back end for something. But some of these core things might be more interesting, because this is a provider for data, right? I think I had this in here before with an extra parameter. It was kind of messy, and so now I understand that I want this bootstrapper to actually call this. So if we look at the bootstrapper function, we do have a call to the invariant, and we understand that the bootstrapper is the thing that extracts the parameter from our data. It has the request object here. Because we have the app method being called with what we have in the actual what's it called, app post right here. So app post, this is where we essentially have our application call to express. So I don't want express stuff here, and so that's where I will get that context from this internal API for express to be called. But in here, I really don't care. So my request response is just the action that I put here. And of course, we can further simplify this later. I think this bootstrapper will continue to get refined further and further as we go through here. And again, the types of slices that we have are switched on the result type. So again, we're trying to have these pieces, let's just turn the tests off for a second. These pieces of data and the invariant function really generic for either input or output, change state or changing of state or viewing state shouldn't really matter. So this will become kind of generic. Then we'll have a few other things in there to kind of, you know, in case the result is an event, then we store it. And then of course we look at redirection on success or failure. You know, we're starting to build this this other piece here. And the other part I wanted to show is just kind of how this affected the unit tests, because again, our unit tests here are quite simple. We just have these checkpoints on a timeline, just like the given when thens on that event model that we showed earlier. Let me turn off our file view here. And so now we have a different test runner. So instead of going through a collection of tests, we just have to reference the same slices. So this becomes a lot easier in here. And of course, I'm going to start to do a lot more reduction here. I think this is all just going to be nested reducers. I already moved our pass and fail count to just go through the slices and their children to find the checkpoints that failed and find the checkpoints that passed and update that counter instead of parsing the text. So again, this whole thing will get moved into a reducer for how we reduce all the slices to find all the tests in them and then execute them and then store their results in there as well. So what we have here is yeah, I think I did this kind of piece here offline. That's why this is new if you watch the other stream. So reducing the slices is to get the counts of successful and failed tests is done here, and we can run that easily. But again, since we're doing, we're gonna do that, and we go to test. We notice that we just have one moved over. I had them kind of running together before, and you notice the old way of doing things is here. I try to have both in there. I figured, you know, that's actually not worthwhile. We can just add things as we convert to the new standard way of doing things. Adding all the tests through the slices that they represent. That also means I don't have to really have a mapper of like, hey, this test suite, which function is this testing? It's just evident in the slice object now, so that's kind of what we're doing. So we simply have to check if there's a purpose. If there's a purpose for a slice, that means there's a in a checkpoint, that means there's a test there, and here all we're doing then is we're making sure that the test state is undefined, test pass is undefined at first. I'm not sure if that's necessary. I think I was fooling around with some of the code here while I was trying to catch the proper count here. And this might actually not be necessary, but probably test that right now. Should still work, right? Yeah, it does. And if I make one of these fail, when I was doing this, I didn't have to zip up and down. Space there, it should fail. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fine. So it seems to work, so I don't need that. Okay, so all you TDD fanatics, you have your instrumentation. I wouldn't dare leave you without testing. I simply think that in event modeling, the tests truly do help shape and express the requirements better. Not really, I don't really care about the code quality. I don't really, the purpose of TDD in event sourcing is entirely different than traditional applications. We don't really rely on it as a set of regression tests because we never go maintain previous slices that we already built. We replace them entirely if we're going to change anything. So let's continue on. We can get rid of that little. Yeah, every time we can delete code, I'm happy. So this summary thing, I really want to bubble up to be something else. It shouldn't be making a string. We should really be, you know, passing this along to show the messages at every single level, because we have a level here at the slice level, at the timeline level, and at the individual checkpoint level. So in here we have the slices level, we have the test timelines level, and we have the actual checkpoint level. So we could very easily just create all of these things along the way and accumulate them, and then just have them shown as at the end there. So anyway, right now it's still logged this way, but we could definitely clean this up to be a really nice reducer that works really well. Yeah, so no questions yet about this. Great. Let's keep going. So here we have the actual testing where we do the invariant function, where we point to the parameters that we provided by the test and the exceptions that we're expecting, because this slice does have that. And so this is kind of how we use that slice object to really provide the information for something like an invariant function and push that through. Now, this shows you why we don't need that request response thing here. We peeled that off into a separate piece of the slice that actually is responsible for injecting this type of state change into the slice without having to muddy up all of this and have to deal with request response objects, which really doesn't matter. That's just the shell of the application, the interface for this functionality, but the functionality itself is a pure function. And so that's why we only want the parameters. We want the state that we calculated. And again, this can continue to have, you know, the data we can actually pass into the events. So as we do this dynamic consistency boundary experiment, you know, we could have data here that we add, that we start to look at, you know, whether we have, you know, the event handlers doing that. So we could even have, you know, something from the lookup here. We could have something that shows whether there's interesting points in the data. I don't know. That's TBD. That's the next thing that we want to start to play with, because that'll require potentially some other supporting functionality that maybe we're walking an index to help that. But I really now have an interesting piece of dynamic behavior where I can not listen entirely to even some types of events, and I can have that as a calculated value, so that I don't even replay them. So even this this events collection here is something that's bespoke, and whether we have to test that here, that's okay, but I think it might be a separate test to make sure that we're not even providing data we expect not to provide based upon some really clever indexing that we're doing for optimization. And we event sourcing kind of focused on like, hey, how do we have this concurrency, eventual consistency? That was the number one question. I think once we get past that, we're looking at this indexing stuff a lot harder. And so this is where that interesting stuff will happen. And I totally think that there will be, some valid optimization tests that are more infrastructure level, but, this at the core will always be the business functionality test. And the other tests will just be like, hey, are we really only looking at the relevant events, or are we getting stuff that we know is irrelevant but we don't care? We can look at those trade-offs. Is this indexing going to cost a lot of computation or whatever, or is it worthwhile? So hopefully that that makes sense. And I just wanted to kind of go over this. So the error, the unit test thing is becoming incredibly small, right? It was way larger before. We had 3 separate types of results. And here, that's actually another point to bring out, is that now we expect the result to always be a wrapper around an event, an exception, or a model, right? So we have an event if it's successful, and we have an exception if it's not. And so based on the type, the good thing about this is that all we have to do is serialize the results and compare them for our given when-then tests. We're still just doing, sorry, there's just some spam here as always. So sorry about that. I wish Twitch, I didn't have to stream on Twitch because of all those nasty spams that always come in. I have no idea why we can't filter for extra viewers or some other crap that keeps popping up. I'd love to be able to have some sort of a Twitch filter. If you know of any Twitch filters you can pre-configure, let me know, because every single time it's like, get these viewers. I don't care how many viewers I have, honestly. This is not for everyone. Everyone out there is vibe coding, and that's fine. Here we're actually trying to understand how systems work and have AI actually help us in moving things to a much better level of understanding and functionality and accountability and all those things, rather than just helping people get things to work. We want to make things work well. That's the difference here. So anyway, I also fixed this. So our source this stuff, but if I do our events watch, so I have our events and we have our scenarios and our watch. So I was also testing it here to show you how these latest things are getting stored on disk. So as we run the application, you can see that these things actually work. So let's actually do that. Let's run the application without that. And of course, I just clicked on the chat window. So if I press this URL, it's going to get in there. Oh, and the other thing that we wanted to do is really make everything a post by default. I think that's something that we can take care of at the Express level, to reroute things as posts. And that way our slices are more easily instrumented. but that's something I have to play around with another time. Well, maybe we'll solve it today, because we do have, like, what happens, where do we put all the other information about the application, such as the default view for a slice. Where do we put that? So we'll figure that out in a second here. But let's go here. So yeah, if I go to set the conference name, that still works because I have this old code here, right? And I don't want to have a slice implementation. So this app get, we have a post here. So this simply did this this rendering of this view here. That's all it did. When we hit the submit button here for naming the conference something, now this code ran, right? So you can see the last event is right here. That's exactly what it was supposed to do. So I didn't break the application. The application still works. It's just this particular action, this slice, is re-implemented using the bootstrapper, and the bootstrapper is actually doing this post here. As it reads the slices, it's actually instrumenting Express to react to what we say here, right? So all of these things are expressed here, pardon the pun, and that works just fine. So now we have to move to actually seeing whether no operation, things like this. I think there's a better framework for that actually does work with event sourcing, where we have a projection of what happened, what the state is, and we do have a state view that gives us where we have to go depending on what the URL is, and that should take care of our gets, and it should also take care of where we lead, like where we go after there's something successful, and that could just be a lookup. So maybe the contents of an event may make a decision as to what URL you see next, or what view gets rendered. That's the next part that I want to boil off from these bespoke one-offs, because again, in event modeling and event sourcing, you have a very highly opinionated way of where you how you put together the workflows, right? So the workflows are always through these smaller steps, and again, we're going to get to how do we express the slice for something that does not have a URL, where, for example, our processor works off of something else, right? We have that all that processor stuff is here, so we're going to have to hook that up as well. But we want to preserve the cadence of development through having a very easily expressed slice that we map directly to the slices that we see in the event model. Yeah, so again, that'll also go a long way with doing mapping our event model to actual implementation. I think these conventions are kind of quite interesting. So on to the next one. I think we got everything working here. Now we're bootstrapping everything through this, and again, we call this function here to bootstrap it if we're not running the tests. So again, the important part is that we are running this app post to really hook up that, to make this actually work with this. So, and I don't know what else I can actually show you. Yeah, so, okay, so I named these as little points here. So 1.0 is getting the events, which is common for both state views and state changes. And of course, then getting the state from the events. That's common to both. For the view, you're left folding over your events to show specific data. For changing data, this is your part of your state buildup to see whether at that point you can accept the input or reject it because of validation, business rules being not met, and all that kind of stuff. And so here, this is kind of what we have. So this is an interesting part. So I really wanted to make sure that when we're handling events to get state, they have to be non-disruptive. In other words, we need this try catch around here, because if we have to take past events as fact, if there's a problem, we're just going to have to skip it. Right now, I'm just console erroring these, but there's definitely room for implementing something like an error collection bag in the state. I didn't want to add another layer into the state for like, okay, this is all the infrastructure stuff that we built up, but here is your data internal. We may do that still. Right now I haven't, but we can do that. And so, yeah, we really want this for each to not bail on any of these things, not running, having a runtime error. We don't want that runtime error to interrupt the for each. And so then we have to call the invariant, and here is where some opinion does matter, because what we have is we have the data coming in, and this instrumentation passes in the request, which is obviously something that we have in our post implementation, right? So again, our post implementation does have this signature here, and this is part of the hooking everything up together, which means we're going to have a separate, obviously a separate method compared to an app method. We're probably going to have a processor method that we're going to have in here for other things. We'll see how we tackle that. But right now, the result really is this case statement. Notice that we pushed this complexity of seeing whether we're dealing with a successful command or state change, an unsuccessful state change to an actual query, a state view, inside here. And it's really based only on the result type, which means that our unit test runner doesn't need to care, because it will serialize the result entirely, including its type, and make sure that that it matches what our test shows. And so, for example, here, our test framework wraps things into a result and then has the event in here. The exception is just a thin wrapper as well. And so if we take a look at the exception here, where's the invariant function? There it is. And so so here we have that. Actually, it's in the test runner where we wrap that up. So let's just show that quickly. So when we have where we have a try and we catch something, we have, okay, that actually does cause this. So here we have, yeah, the result here is it has a type, I believe. So if the exception is not unidentified, we force it to be in an object that is where the checkpoint exception is the name. Otherwise, we just unwrap the checkpoint to either have the event or the model. because at this point we're just testing both of those things. And here we strip the type and we strip the summary. And at this point, we have just the actual expected results and the returned results from our business logic. And we can simply use their JSON representation to compare strings. If there's anything that doesn't add up, the test fails. So that's really how, yeah, we need to kind of support the syntax that makes it as easy as possible to express timelines and what happens over them. So in this case, 2 checkpoints. We have a previous event, and then we want to, we have the slice name, so name the conference. So we even dropped the command here because we know now we're part of this slice. So when we have a parameter, we know that it's the command for naming the conference. And so our parameter is just the name of the conference, obviously. And if we had, in this case, it's only one. So we choose that we don't even need to have a command object. We can have the command be the data itself, which is good. We want to have something that has as little ceremony around it as possible. Now, if the command in this case was more, and we'll see that in further slices, where we will have the parameter actually is an object and it has maybe multiple fields that got gathered from the web page. That's where it'll become an object. But here we only have one field on that form. There's no reason for us to wrap it in anything else. We know from the name of the slice what we're doing. And so obviously that is the name of the conference that we're providing. And then of course here we have purpose of that is kind of the reason why we're checking the data at this point, which is your test name. So for those TDD and unit testing fanatics, this is where you have your test name. It's replaced by purpose, but you can make your notes there as well. And then of course the resulting event is just here. And of course it acts just like an event on any subsequent checkpoints if we have more tests. In this case, we don't. We have each timeline as a separate piece. I think I did this just to show multiple timelines. I could definitely combine some of these timelines to have these multiple tests within a single timeline being accomplished, where the result of the previous test feeds the part of the input for the next test. But we're not doing that here. We will be in others. So hopefully that makes sense. See, no questions yet. So let's get going to the next part. So our next one is this set name conference confirmation. So again, we can start to implement this by having, see, this run tests. This is the old code influencing the AI. This is absolutely not correct. We are going to be using the exact same slice convention. So, but it'll be interesting to see what we actually do for some of these other parameters. So let's just work our way through getting this to kind of work off of objects that tell us what the bootstrapper needs to do, and then hopefully we'll reduce that to a dull roar of differences and between whatever slices we're working on. So yeah, slices push, let's copy that. That should prompt the UI to know what to do for this next one. Right, and then we can do control / to do that. And then we can do name test site. Okay, no, it's not that. It's conference name confirmation, right? Okay. Oh, perfect. So it even knew that I've never written a slice like this for output before, but it knows it's output. That is incredible. That it's doing that. The data can be the data is the parameter. We don't have a where clause on here, right? So when we don't have a where clause, I don't think we need to have anything. So we do undefined, or just omit it. I'd like to put undefined just to show that there's a placeholder for it. That should be good. And then our event handlers are kind of the same as we did for the other one, so that is correct. And then our invariant function, which I think I want to rename this something else. It's not a decider because we need something that works for filtering and deciding. I think it's I think we had a post processor before. So might as well tackle this problem right now. So it's not an invariant function. It's a post processor. I don't like the word processor because I have processors in here. So maybe it's a refinement function. Let's just do that. Again, this will actually be in some way combined or bundled with the event handlers. So we'll see. So we'll just call it that. It's really dumb. I might as well just have it on one line. So our refinement function works this way. And what else do we have? We have then tests, right? So I don't know if we had, I think we had tests for this. I think we did. Yeah, we did. There they are right here. So we had tests for this here. And so we probably have that sitting somewhere here. So timeline tests, happy path, I forget where we have conference. State view, set dates. Did we actually implement them? There's the state view, our conference name. State view. Conference name. So on success, yeah, we don't have an on success in that. So that's an interesting question, is that we need to have maybe the next page or next view. I think we have to do. I think that's what we're going to do, is it's not on success. We have next view. And of course, our runner is going to have, let's see. So here, that's that, and then switch event, and then redirect on success is going to be next view here. That works fine for that. And then of course we don't have, where we're trying to run this, we don't have the invariant function. We now have the refinement function. That's right. And of course our test runner is going to have that refinement function call as well instead. So we Treat that as a refinement function. That shouldn't have broken anything, but always safe to check those things. That works fine. And then running this, we should be able to set the name again. This is the test. Found set conference. Okay, it's going to the wrong one. It's going to set conference, so it's not really working. And so why is it not working? Go back up here. Nothing to do with this. It is to do with this next view. And it's not set conference name. Is it just conference name confirmation? Is that what it is? I erased the old code, so I don't know what it is, but let's look at our files and our views. No, set conference name confirmation. Yeah. Is it not doing a get? What's Bootstrap doing? So we're just getting to the wrong one here. Next view, redirect to the next view. Oh, I see. I don't have a forward slash in there, I don't think. Is that the problem? Getting an error. 10,046. Or 1,046. Oh, well, obviously that's that. Okay, so we have. Why is it doing that? No change to name. Oh, we didn't change the name. We certainly did. That is a new name. Okay. Error handler. Pushing event. That is correct. That is correct as long as we don't have the summary in here. Yeah, so it's coming up here. Let's see. Get rid of all this other stuff. and see where we're going wrong here. So, no, not up here. But somewhere in our bootstrap, all I did was change the name to the refinement function, and we had the next view here. Oh, I think it's because we already did this. Of course. No, it's doing the proper thing. We're just not doing this anymore. So if I was to undo this, whoa, what happened there? How do I uncomment this? Control / yeah. So if I had this here and I don't have this, then things would still work. Because yeah, we have we're not really testing. So yeah, obviously that is not finding that. It's not getting it's a different format now for this. So it's getting the old format. I believe conf AIOU is this one. That's the last time we had the meta in here. Because our views haven't been changed to use a new event format yet. So this is the last one that I would have seen. Not seeing any of the new format, which is correct. It's meant to do that. Yeah, and so yeah, that's exactly. Count for state view is 15. It's going through all of them, but obviously it's not listening to the last ones. So just wanted to make sure that our things are not breaking, and just to double check if we want to do the test, that's fine. Just wanted to test this last little renaming here so that yeah, we have the next view here, and we have the refinement function and the data with the new names, and that the test runner and the bootstrap code all call the new names of those functions. Okay, cool. So that's done. Again, we can comment out this, and we want to uncomment this to continue down this other route. So that looks correct, I think. Let's hide our test runner for a second here and just compare that. We have our tests kind of looking the same. Data and name. Data, name. Yeah, that looks correct. I'm just actually surprised that we don't have... Yeah, we shouldn't even bother. I don't think we have tests here. See, slice tests. We have this for room state view. So we don't have any other slice tests here. So, you know, let's just test what we have. So we don't need to worry about our test runner for this. We will just close that and remove these. And that should be it. So this is how pretty much how big the slice should be if we don't really have much functionality, right? So refinement function is really just returning the state, the model, right? So in this case, it's just returning state. and it doesn't have any parameters. So the data is undefined. So now we need to make sure that that runs properly. So we had a not found problem because the next view in here is what? So we had so we really don't have a next view. This is our view. So our next view is undefined. We're just rendering that, and the next, it's really what the user clicks on next, which is, continue or something like that. So that's all we would have in this case. And so we don't have tests. This is a very simple, view that's really just going to have a very easy left fold over the events. There is no validation to do anything on these checks. And so we should have the bootstrap run through this just fine. And the type, so yeah, we don't do that. We'd have a type where it's a model in this case. In this case, the type is a model. And here we have the model is the state, I believe. Type model, what am I missing here? Oh, this is a return, yes. Return type model state, there we go. All right. So that should give us the view, because our bootstrap will on query render the view. And okay, so that's going to be fine. The result is going to be whatever we get. If we had a function, then yeah. And exception, we do what we want. But here, yeah, I think this is good. I think that's all we will need to do. Just double check what we have. Oh yeah, we have the event here. We have to unwrap that. So we need to just render, yeah, the model. That's right. Okay. That's really good. I'm quite impressed with AI doing that. So because we have no tests, we don't have to worry about that, but we can run this and go through our naming of the conference again. I should just close everything except that, close other tabs. Okay, and let's just do testing with confirmation. And so we'll continue. We do have that here. We have not found. Okay. We got an issue. Ah, that's it. Because we don't have a, we're doing a redirect. And we're only doing app posts, which is not good. If it equals that, and we don't have an app get. So did we actually get errors? Surprised we didn't get, oh yeah, we did get an error. Well, that's really weird. So we're just gonna do that. I don't necessarily like this. I think there's gonna be a better way to instrument that. I really don't want all our links going to a post. But I think I can do something in Express that will handle handle a missing get and rephrase it as a post with a blank. Yeah, let me see if AI will be able to answer that. Oops, what did I do? I split that back. Let's just see. I want Express, and I don't want edit here. I want to be configured to get unmapped, I guess. Get requests to be posts. And then we can get rid of some of that logic. How can I do that? All right, Jake, glad you're enjoying it. I'm hoping to get something workable with this slimmer way of expressing slices. All right. App use blah blah blah. If method get. Is that what I'm really trying to do? You know, I'm gonna try and handle both this way. I'm not gonna rely on Express to do this. So let me go through and because we do have this direction output. So it should be doing this app get. Should still be doing the same action. Right, it doesn't have any data that it gets. So this is correct. As path and action. It's doing all of this. But it's not finding set. Why is it going to set? Oh, here. Set name. Set conference. Oh, it's set conference name. No, that's right. Set conference name confirmation. Set conference name confirmation. Yeah. That is the view. That is returning the model. Oh, model. That's what it is. We started to call it the model. So I think that's the problem. Nope. Calling up post service running through O2. Okay, so why is this? Bootstrapping slice, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see. We're not ever actually bootstrapping it. Simply because we're not calling this down here. Duh. Of course. It's something simple in the end, isn't it? Well, it should work now. Yeah, we should basically be running this at the very bottom, so we don't run into that problem again. In fact, else app listen, blah, blah, blah. In fact, it should probably be in here. Oh, and if it runs tests, it exits the process. Okay, so that means we don't really have to have an else here. And we can just bootstrap this. So that makes it a little easier. Yeah, because we just, we know that we're going to end there if we're running the tests. So we have that. The interesting thing about this is, do I need to, yeah, I need the tests over there because I need all of the, look at that, I can just get rid of all this here. Great, more code deletion. So here we can have, slices for each. Yeah, I think that has to happen at the bottom. I'm not going to change it yet. I think there's some better way to do all this. Oh my god. Now, can't believe these spam bots are everywhere. All right. So I think that that should do it. Yeah, because the bootstrap was we didn't add when we called bootstrap, we didn't have our slice in the slice collection yet. That's why that has to be called at the bottom. Nope. But we do have another error. Bootstrapping this slice, and I'm not seeing bootstrapping the next slice. Calling app post conference name bootstrapping. Okay, there we are. We are doing that. I think oh, and set conference name is not being found. Why is it calling that? Set conference name is at the top here. Set conference name. Is our bootstrapper ruining this? Oh, okay, let's just test. I think we're doing something wrong here by going through without hitting this. Okay, so set conference name does work. So it's bootstrapping that slice, yeah. And then calling the app post. That conference name, yeah. And it's bootstrapping this. Set conference name confirmation, yeah. And then it's just listening. All right, so if we do this testing, whatever that is, still get set conference name, not the confirmation. So it's that. But this is doing that. That's data, conference name. Where do we have something on the bootstrap? Why is it bootstrapping the wrong thing? Okay, so see, it's doing the set name confirmation, but it's weird that it's doing it at the end. Set name conference, get dates. Oh, okay. Interesting. Now, this is kind of a quandary here as to why it's happening. Yeah, if you have any ideas as to what I am missing here, let me know. Post and get. Do we have anything extra that we're doing with the get? Oh, we just have one. We have response and the next. Okay, so I have three things. So that's funny. It's getting this not found. But it's why is it set conference name? Oh, it's render. Oh no, that should be fine. Model is render. Yeah. After we're done, we're doing a redirect to the next one. That's right. Well, it's no idea why that is doing what it's doing. So it's not actually going through to the proper place as before. And we really don't need... Yeah, why is this being called? That's just here, isn't it? Oh, actually, it's also called here. When we're registering the conferences, should be using it separate. That's a coupling that we don't need. Set dates confirmation. Okay, so all that is fine. So we just need to deal with this conference name. Ah, here it is. Do we use the name for any of that? We have the path and all that. And here, at the path and the view, and we redirect set conference name confirmation. Yeah, so next view. And we go to the next view, redirect. Res render. I mean, we can just short circuit this. So I know that this is not reporting both in there. That's a problem. I know that. So we definitely have these other ones. This is like the default one. I kind of want to remove this one to have it. Let's see if we can put in a no op one that doesn't do anything. When we do slices dot push And let's just go for the top-down approach so that we have to just work backwards from conference name. Blank for default. Escape. And then we want direction to, oops, direction, the output. Okay. And then we want, we don't want any data. We just want set conference name. We want that. We don't need a next view. That is undefined. Initial state is fine. Actually, no, we don't even need any initial state. And we don't have any event handlers. Just do undefined, and we don't have any of, in fact, if we don't have any of these, we should really just have the path, the view. We don't even need anything like that. We don't have any tests either. Okay, so if we have something that's as essentially just showing us what the what the get would be without anything else, then the bootstrap should so I've got the slice path. But what do we do actually if we have a non-functional thing? So we don't have any event handlers. Is there like a combination of no event handlers, but we could have a validation, or we could have no validation, and well, essentially we don't have a function. So app method is all of that and just goes out. Okay, yeah. So we could do something like if slice dot data equals undefined, and slice dot what do we have here? Slice dot the other one that we had here, refinement function. Refinement function is also undefined. Z, we just want that, and here I don't want an else. I just want to return after that. So after this is done, I just want to return. But before that, I want to saying bootstrapping view only slice. I think that's it. So we just have that, and we really don't have anything here. Initial state. Oh, we are just passing in a blank. Yeah, because I don't think we even, that view doesn't even have set conference name. It doesn't even have a, yeah, it's just a, it's not dynamic at all, but we don't care. So it does nothing. Right? We could do, I guess we could just, do we have that? I kind of deleted it, right? No. No, we have the name is blank. Why the hell is that? Like, we shouldn't even have that. It should work like this. So, yeah, it doesn't use the request. It doesn't do anything for that. It just renders a view. We have no behavior at all. That's all we do. And that's it. So now we have these slices. We have this thing that does nothing, which is good. And then we have something that names it. So just see if that fails. Maybe it's just that app method, the way we call it. So we should have some bootstrappings now in here. I really don't want the command. It's annoying. Get all that test stuff. So bootstrapping slice this. Yeah. And it's doing that crap. And then the coast tells that, yeah. Okay. Set date. So okay, so now we have these two, which is correct. And I like that they're showing up at the end because we call the new bootstrap method at the end of every other app, the old functionality. So let's see if that works. Oh, not found. So okay, we found the core issue is that we have error handler set conference name 404. So for some reason, our bootstrap calls to the get thing are not at least this thing should work, right? We have the path, and then we have the action, which has all of this, and it should just render the slice view. I mean, let's see what's getting passed in. It really should just have set conference name, request response. I think it only has that. It doesn't have the next. Maybe that's what it is. And then it has this silly name thing here. I mean, it really shouldn't matter, but let's render it with blank. No. No, still not okay. I don't think well, let's just see if we literally run this. and work backwards from there. Ah, that is bizarre. Are we losing some context along the way? Because if we do this, comment this out, and uncomment this, so things this way, now it has this, it's getting the proper thing. Interesting. Pardon me. All right. So we have something that is totally bad at the top of this. Pardon me. We actually don't need this down here. I mean, let's see. It's got a suggestion here. Is that gonna work? I need to get rid of this now. Hmm. All right. Yeah, this is what makes programming fun. Oh, not found. Like, okay. Not finding it. Bootstrapping the slices. The function should have access to everything outside here. And the post worked. The post worked phenomenally well. So why is the get not working? App get at post. Set conference. Oh, it's getting another get here. Wait a second. It's kind of not. No, that's a confirmation. Okay. That's fine. Really want to remove the output of that stuff. The bootstrapping slices, name, conference, input. Why is it not bootstrapping the other one? Should be bootstrapping the name, the conference, input. Okay. Oh, we don't even have this. Of course, that's why it's not working. Still not found. This is very odd. And why is it 404? That's very strange why it's not doing. Remove that. And here, we should have that as a bootstrap at the beginning. I'm just going to not do this. Is it gonna comment out everything? I hope so. Yes, it does. Okay. So let's just remove the others so that they're not red herrings. So I'm just wrestling with Express instead of doing the event sourcing stuff. But I do want this to be abstracted properly, so something that must be done. Okay, so now we should be just bootstrapping this slide set name conference default, which only has these things. A path and a view. And so therefore, it's the only thing that should need to work, and it's not working. Okay. So in here, bootstrapping view only slice. And it's doing that. And it's doing, it's passing in that. And it's added to the routes. That's interesting. Returning, so it doesn't do any more of that. Is it because it's losing this reference to it? We create a new object for this. Is this going to cause this to work? Is this some stupid scoping thing? It would be really weird if it was. No, it's still not an issue. Not found. Oh, I know what it is. We can't have, and that's why the other one worked. I believe that the bootstrapping cannot be in front of the error handling use and all this, because it calls them in order. So it has to be up here. God damn it. Let's just express, and the order in which you define the routes matters. Ugh. Including all those use things. So So that's interesting. So if I move this up, obviously the tests are not going to run. I put it all up here. I'm just going to have to put a if statement around the bootstrap thing, but that's okay. I think, yeah, I don't think you can have a function defined below in JavaScript. I forget. Anyway, I'm just going to stick that here, and I think things will work. Yeah, still not working. Oh, I know, I didn't put it high enough. This has to be in front of all of the custom error handlers. That'll work now. This got me before as well. Just keep. I don't swim through this code often enough to have that issue. There we go. Okay, so that works. So that's obviously right. But then their tests probably won't work. Yeah, because we don't have tests defined yet. So unfortunately, this has to go back down. And this has to have if. And the rest of this crap has to be if not run tests. I wish there was a better way to do that, but whatever. And here we can do that. And so now our tests should what? Oh, yeah, yeah. So some slices don't have tests, timelines. Doesn't have timelines. So for slice, blah, blah, blah. Where's our slice stuff? Slice, name, blah, blah, blah. Timelines, here. We're not going to test anything here. If slice dot test timelines all together and put a not in here. What the deuce? Why is it picking that up? For each slice name equals that. Yeah, each slice has a name. Tests are running. Test finished. Okay, why is it doing a reduce here for timeline? Oh, some of the timelines don't have. Oh, I see. Empty. We have an empty timeline. I think. That's really gross. Still a problem. Still getting me this, which we really don't need. Why is that one such a weird thing? Slices push. Oh, just slices in general is empty. Oh, I see. Oh, it's not empty. But we have no... Oh, I see. We're just not running anything with tests, so I don't know. We put our tests back in. Ah, really? VS Code is such trash. Okay. Why are we outputting all that? That was an issue. Oh, right. So we have another part of our test runner that's going through all of the slices, and some of them have timelines, so it's not really that's the issue. Let's correct it, and then basically the summary being collected over all slices, and some of them don't have anything here. So you have slices, but then these things have timelines. Which means we have to do that. We really shouldn't care about them being empty, though. It should still reduce properly. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and so of course we then don't need to also do this. And that should still run. Yeah. And of course, if we should get rid of all our tests entirely, we should still not show anything. So let's see here. They change. Okay, put for sessions. We're way higher up here. So if we remove this, yep, tests are finished. Nothing. We have one slice which has no tests. Perfect. But now if we run this, we should get... Yeah, okay. So that's all it was. It was the ordering of the damn routes in Express. Oh, god damn it. I wish there was a better way to code up Express. Maybe that's why Express isn't that popular anymore. Yuck. Yeah, I think what would be better maybe is to have some other structure for that. So in order for that to never happen again, I would really like to have this crap here as part of the bootstrap. Now all this stuff should be done after you do the slices. You know, I could put in because then you could define them anywhere. I just don't I would get them out of the way, out of all this. Yeah, definitely need to clean up some of this other stuff. So I could do something like express uses. And it's all this express use crap here. Or, what are they? Actually, express error handling. Handlers. And then we can just define those here. And that way we will no longer be thrown by putting in anything to any of these collections. Yeah, if not run tests, then what we do is and it's always the same. Oh, no, it's not. Ah, crap. This stuff. App use. So can we just make an anonymous function? I can just push and oops, press error handlers dot push, and then we want to have that all. Why is this not closing properly? That's that. Then that. Oh, then we don't need that. Okay, that's it. Is this actually correct? We don't have anything red, so I think that's good. But now we have to move this down here. Yeah, so this will have to run here. And we should be able to then call this in the bootstrap thing. So if slice blah, 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 and then we have app method purple one, app method. Yes, it's all the app method, which is here. And then we have press error handlers. Then we just call And it's an anonymous function, so it should just do that. Seems to work. Seems to work. Nope. It's not handling them correctly. I think it's because it does lose. So, you know what? We're just gonna hard code them in there. We're not gonna bother passing them in. Again, sorry about the white flash there of the screen. This is why we have these custom error handlers. We don't really want yeah, we don't want that to flash your face every time. Yeah, so we just grab these. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Get rid of that. And then we can just copy these. And have them go up here. At the bottom of the bootstrap where we're calling these here. So app method, we're doing that. The purple one here. Yep. This yellow one here, actually. Oh, I know why it didn't work. Because we were in for each slices, of course. Stupid. We need to be at this level here. So that didn't work, but I don't care. I can just hard code it here. And I just need to call the app use here. And tab this over here, and get rid of that one extra one. Yeah. That's all it needs to be. Can do that, and then oh, that was bad. No wonder that didn't work. Hold on. All right, so app use, get rid of all that. So that was another reason things weren't working. We just didn't have the app use. There we go. I don't think that's gonna work. All of this has to be indented. And is that actually working? Yeah, okay, so in the right. Oh yeah, error handlers are not defined. Slices, and then we're calling, I think where's the bootstrap? Here it is. Yeah. So just call it slices. All that crap there. Okay, good. Grab the conference name. That works fine. Testing, blah, blah, blah. Good, not found. So, okay, we're getting our custom stuff. And we're not finding the next one because it's, we have it commented out. So that's good. Go back up and we have this working. And so now we can get this working. Okay, so now we should be able to name things again. It does do that, but it doesn't have the next screen. But it did work, and it is correct. It's actually going to the right place now. We didn't have the root added last time. Here we do now. I believe that was the issue. So that's good. This bootstrap thing, I do want to, yeah, that needs to be defined up above. So just Control X that and just push it up here before the slices. Okay, because it will only have it. Oh, really? How could we miss that? Gonna be one little friggin' error somewhere with that. Yeah, FU, right, of course. Get rid of that. And then here we have the thing that's supposed to work. So I was second guessing, as always. You always second guess yourself so many times. So we have this output. We have, we don't care about the next view. We have our current thing. So yeah, this should now give us some proper errors that are probably to do with our implementation, but this is coming together really well now. Because we can start off with setting the conference name to be testing whatever. So we have that tested and we have that, but we don't have the format of the new event in here. So do we actually have the right thing? So conference name confirmation. Oh, we have this. So we're running into this. We need to get rid of that. Because that's overriding our path. And not overriding it, but it's the initial one. So it's the one that gets picked up. Slice.data is not function. Perfect. That's what we wanted. We actually have slice.data is not a function. So yeah, so we have that as we don't need any data. So our runner should know that if we don't have any data, then our parameter should be undefined. So how do we do that? That's a nicer way to do it. I mean, we could inline this. I don't want to have to do a try catch. I want to say that Now, okay. Let parameter equal and then we do if slice data. I don't know why this doesn't just count as a Boolean. God damn it. If slice data parameter equals data. So that should and then refinement function. It doesn't even care about the parameters. So that should be fine. So if we pass in something like that, then it should be fine. But I don't... Why does this need to be equals undefined? I hate that. Anyway. Whatever. Ah, I got to something else. That's kind of cool. It's trying to use that string. Where did that fail? Mm, 160. Oh, result model. Nice view. So what is the model? Ah, it's just the string. Oh, okay. What does our mustache thing want? It wants conference name. Would dot work? Oh, so it needs to reflect on, it has to be an object. All right, whatever. What? Okay, so that's fine. Conference name. Okay, so we can't pass straight strings to that. So question is now, where do we wrap that up? So the model should always be an object. So our slice should be better. Name the comment conference confirmation, return model. Model is state. State is the name, so the model should be conference name state. Okay, so that's fine. So we can have our functions be Well, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. So our models have to be hmm, there's another place that we could refinement function. I think we need to put that in the bootstrap, expecting that this could be a I don't like this. I don't want it here. I think the model should be the state. I don't want to have extra code in our slices. This garbage has to be taken care of up here in our bootstrap. And if we're dealing with a model and we do that, then we can essentially, I don't want, no. Up model, and then we put the model in. That's what we do. And if the model is an object, that's fine. If the model is a string, then it's a string. And if we need to use the model, then we use the model. And if our confirmation has a conference name, it's just the model. Yep, it did it. And it's doing the last one. So it's using the new event stuff. Okay, so we've got state changes and state views done. Next is to fast forward through all the other stuff like setting dates and all of that to have them as small slices. And yeah, this is Node.js. So fortunately, not the easiest stuff with some of this. I would like to. I mean, I really don't want that. I mean, that's an express and mustache thing. But I mean, I could chat with this. Just give a new one. Say, chat with this. Why can't I chat? Oh, here it is. Add to chat. Say, why do I need object for the view? View and mustache date string the model view. Yeah, I don't care if it's less explicit. It says it can do it. it didn't do it last time. Okay, so do that. Yeah. I'm just morbidly curious about this right now. Wow, look at that nice output though. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I can't wait to add some more stuff to it. So, I really don't want to have extra code. So this is tiny. Type model state. State is just a string. Here is that. And our mustache should just do a dot, like they said, which I don't trust AI. I think it's giving us problems. Yeah, see this locals. Seems like mustache is trying to do something. I just want to double check that I don't have any other things in here. Gross. Okay. So it's doing some shenanigans there. I wish that was not the case. But it is. I don't want it in here. I want it in here. There's the model, and here we will do that, and then it should work again. I learned something new every day. Good. Continue to dates. So the dates is still the old syntax. You notice that it has data and then meta, and we don't want to do that. So we shall, what we'll do is we'll transform this next slice from this custom code to be the slice format, and we'll be fine. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of all of these extra things here and just get coding on that. So notice that how tiny the code is for getting those two forms out. This is kind of what I like. I can expand the tests if I want for my given when-thens for this slice, but now I literally have all slices so far done this way. And now I don't need this confirmation that is done. Okay. And I'm actually quite happy how the default stuff ended up being instrumented. We'll see what happens actually when we get to the processor, so that you know, we have kind of what we expect. This is so far this is quite nice. And the nice thing is that the complexity just slowly gets higher, so that we can incrementally add all of these. But yeah, to the people that have stuck around, thanks so much. This is conference. See, look at that conference name state view, which is really kind of what we did here. We didn't even have, okay, what do we do We have like initial state. We didn't have initial state because it's undefined. Oh, I wonder if this whole thing will work without initial state. I think this shall barf, I think, but I mean, I'm just deadly curious about this now. I'm actually curious if it had a error in here when it worked through any of that. It doesn't seem like it did. Set everything through. This is our new one, calculating invariance. Getting state from events. I don't see anything giving me grief. And we have enough logging here when we are replaying the events. See, error updating state. We would have had something here. We're calling that, and if this state is undefined, oh yeah, because we don't really care about it, we just overwrite it. So, yeah, well, might as well investigate this. So if I just fail to put in an initial state, are we going to have a problem with that as well? Let's get going on that and test it out. No, it didn't even barf. Oh, I'm so happy that I can just omit that initial state. Let's just look at the code that's looking at initial state. Or okay, there. Okay, so initial state will be, this will be undefined. And I guess state being undefined is fine. It's just getting passed in. Oh, what do we not? Oh, we have a for each. We have a problem here, actually. No, we don't. Okay, it gets set to initial state, and then we change the state every time we hit an event handler. Which is fine, because we pass in the state to here. So if our logic doesn't need initial state at all, it's fine to omit it. But I do want the option. And I think for the sake of the example, I want to leave that in. But I want to say that it's undefined, and so that means we should be able to just omit the parameter altogether. So the idea is that, you know, things like this and this can just be not there. You know what, let's just be as concise as possible now. I know the data exists, and I know that this exists, but look at how much more readable that is. The things that you don't need don't pollute anything there. So I like leaving this, omitting these properties in order to have cleaner slices. It also, I mean, I'm going to have to add some prompts, pre-prompts in here to kind of say what's doable, what isn't. Like, a slice can have some rules about, like, you know, if it doesn't have refinement and data, it does not have like, I mean, maybe it can. I don't know if you would have like an initial state, but then no event handlers, and just a state is what you pass through instead of data. I don't know. Like hard coded values. I don't want to be reinventing Express or something like that, or some other higher level frameworks. I got to be careful here. But I think this is really good. So in here, the refinement function is present, but the data function isn't, which is interesting. What I really want to get to is where we have the query side with parameters, so we can apply the given when then on there and start to look at how we deal with that in the event model. So, okay, that looks a lot cleaner. Notice we don't have any of this other, look, all this garbage goes away. This wrapping and all of that, like that was a good sort of intermediate step to kind of learn about what we want to do. But I would rather have this. And we certainly could have, I mean, we could certainly make these one lines, right? So it's like a push slice, the direction is output. And even then, I don't know if that's the best way, but then we have a path and we have a view. That's great. Now we have event handlers and the refinement function. Okay, so the navigation part is handled here. And, you know, that could be a reason to have it, you know, to have it as a navigation object, which has all this crap in it. And then we have event data and all that. You know, let's do that. Let's see if we can actually make this into something better. So navigation. And then we can do that. And that way we know that, oh, that's the name. So we don't want the name in here. That's the name of the slice. Oops, I forgot that that has to have the opening brace here. Okay, the name of the slice is fine. But then once we go to direction, we need this as navigation. And we do that, and then we have that. So now we, and I like this because this does give more context to, like better context to our AI, because, you know, this does say that we're doing, you know, input, although I'm not sure if the direction is correct here. Exceptions, timelines, path, event handlers, exception. Yeah, this is. Don't want it all in one line. I just want that on the second line. That's good. Okay, so again, direction output. Sure. I'm still not 100% sold on that, but especially right now, since we have like a separate screen for like a confirmation message. But if we actually want to skip confirmation messages and just go straight to the next next piece of functionality, we'll see how that goes. But I mean, I like it so far. This whole thing, the data actually needs to move down. Let's escape that for a second. Move the data down here. I like that place for it. Yeah. And then so now we need navigation. I wonder if it's smart enough to do all that. Yeah, it even got the next view in there. Okay, so that is very, very smart. It was able to do that. And so now our behavior is within these four lines where we kind of have the parameters of what we want to do. We want to show how we handle things that happened in the past. We want to say how we can fail. And then we want to try and do things like a state change. But I'm still undecided about the name of that refinement function, simply because I want it to be used for both the queries and invariants for decision making for emitting an event or not. So that's why it's there. And so I think that's good. I don't have any problem with our tests yet. Anyway, I'm sure there's other things that'll come up, but right now I'm quite happy with the way that these sit there. Yeah, and this is so far so good. So now we have to just change this navigation thing. So let's go to our test runner and do the navigation part. Refinement, slice, data, refinement function, define. Okay. And this is going to be navigation path. Yeah, that's right. Slice navigation path, view, slice names, fine. This is all with state. Shouldn't have any navigation stuff. Navigation stuff should come in after, where here we have navigation. Yep. And then here, we don't have that there. I don't know what that is, but yeah, here we have that. So yeah, I think that's about it. Or do we have anything else in that? Direction, path, view, and next. Next view, and next view, and path. Do we do the path? Ah, there's the navigation. There's the path. Okay, I think that's good. Should work. It's a quick dummy test again, just to see. Yeah, it looks good. Awesome. And that's good that we're rendering things with the new stuff. That's the model. So 4 goes to 5 to render the model. Result type model. Model is blah, blah, blah. Event count's good. It's the last state. And then, of course, here when we're calculating the invariance, the result type event. So we get the event, get the data, which is the name of the conference. The name of the event is conference named. Summary is this, which we use for naming of the file, which I'm not sure if I want to add into this output. I might. I mean, it'll be a little bit wordy, but I'm really considering it, although this is lining up quite nicely. So we could have like a A and a capital A. With the capital A, it shows everything. Small a will just show all the fields. And then if we omit the A parameter, it's going to, it's just going to show the data, right? I'm not sure if that actually works. Let's, forgot to update this. It does, actually. It does strip out. It just shows the data. That's pretty awesome. Okay, so usually if I'm looking at this events watch, then I really just want to be looking at the data field or property. And so that's really quick to parse as your application runs. But as you're debugging, you can have that A here, and it gives you, your metadata outside here, if any. Right now it's just the event names, which is a repeat of what's there. And so honestly, even now, I'm happy with the way things are. So I can just do the basic watch, and that says conference named and then the name. Watch this, undefined. That's interesting. Okay, and this is because we're not looking for event name anymore. We're looking for a name at the top of the serialized JSON. So this watch utility is already updated for the new way of dealing with things. All right, so that's good. Any questions by anyone? Feel free to join the chat. The Discord can be found very easily on the event modeling resources page, and see how far we can get. I'm quite happy with our new format. Again, I'm quite happy with having all the Bootstrap stuff in here. Yeah, basically adding all the slices, which is that code there. Then, of course, adding all of the error handling stuff at the end. And so that, I think, works well. We can probably have some better syntax for this. Currently, this is the way it looks. But look how beautiful that is. We got first 3 slices here. Incredibly tight in terms of what our projections are and how we can do them. So yeah, we don't need this function anymore. We can do the set dates now, so this should be quite easy to do. So slices push set dates. It's a post. Do we have a set dates? You just have a confirmation. That's interesting. Oh, we have an app get. Yeah, so that's a default, and then we have the post after. So we're doing this. So default is just the garbage set dates here, navigations like that. Is that what we had for the top one? Just the name and then a direction, path, and view. So name, direction, path, and view. That's really good. Okay, so if we have that, we should be able to continue on with the dates. Oh, we have the set dates. Okay, and we have output. We have set dates. Set dates and set dates. All right, I'm curious to see. Conference, I don't see set dates in here. Set dates post and post, there's 2 of them. That's a post. Where's my get direction output? Why is this not getting outputted after here? Something's amiss. How is that different than that? We got the name. We got that. Conference name. Oh, did I forget to run it? Duh. Yeah, there it is. Set dates default. Beautiful. All right. Of course, you have to run the application for it to work, Adam. But the thing that gets me is why. Oh, I see. Because set dates has a post already, and this is supposed to be a get. I'm not actually interrogating the routes in Express properly, but I don't care. Someone else can fix that. Yeah, that is. I forget the structure. It's some weird way that it's organizing them, but and I'm not iterating through them properly to show the post and get. But the reason that it's just it's seen here, the minute I write this post for set dates, it'll pop down here. The reason that it's still up here is because this one is getting done at the beginning, and all that our slice is doing is adding another action or HTTP verb onto that same route. So that's why it's popping up. It's not being. It's at the beginning of the entries still. Anyway, still we should just test it. It's for fun, and I should probably close all those other tabs. Close other tabs. Thank you. Testing. Do that. Yep. Continue. And yes, we got the set dates. This is wonderful. So pushing event, getting events, testing 1 to 3 model. And of course, this one that doesn't actually do anything, it's pure navigation. That's great. So, you know, I don't know if we would call this really a slice. I don't know if doing something stupid like this is really a no operation slice. I mean, I think it will be. I think once we push a lot of the navigation of an application or a website or whatever to be event sourced, we are going to have a dynamic, a dynamic direction or something here, something that's going to say, this is what your view is, for example. So, the rendering of the view might be different. You might show a different view. But that's not important right now. We need to get the structure across to be the same, and then we'll be able to do that. So set dates, I like the set dates default. That's good. We can get rid of that. And now let's just see how smart AI is, because it knows that I'm rewriting this. It's seeing how things are supposed to be. I'm just going to get in its way and just make that as a comment, and maybe it'll know that I'm trying to do. Okay, it really wants to do everything. Wow, I'm impressed. So let's see if it's correct. I mean, we have the set dates here. Navigation as input, correct, because it's a post. We want the path to be set dates, yes. The view, what do we have? The view, state change wrapper, set dates, our next redirect. Where is it getting the view from? Data, state change wrapper, set dates, next error. It has a redirect on success. Set dates confirmation is the next view, correct? But I don't really need a view here, do I? I know I'm rendering that. So this actually doesn't. That's another thing. Do I also have that for naming the conference for direction input? I don't need this view. I have the next view. And it shouldn't be view. It should be the next path. So I don't have that. That should be next path. Because on a post, I'm not rendering anything. I'm rerouting. I'm redirecting. Next path. And so, yeah, let's correct that. So that is next path. And we shouldn't have any views. So this is actually better. Because we have a path. For output, we're expecting a path and we're rendering a view. For pushing, we're expecting data to come in to a particular path. And we just say on success what the next path will be. Here we're just showing a view because it's a get. Same here, even though there's no stuff here. Okay, good. So same thing with this. And I'm actually quite impressed how it well, that is not right. So it's got the data, which is, so it's not doing it correctly. And I don't know if it needs the data here. Yeah, so it'll return. Yeah, end date. That's like I said, almost got it. I mean, you can't really fault it. It's kind of embedded. And I know I'm making excuses for AI here, but whatever. Now my event handlers are looking at, yeah, we have this, right? So we have all of this here, exceptions. So set dates, exceptions, and the refinement function really is, this is where we have to move all of this in here. And we will have to change a little bit of this stuff here, but it should be fairly easy. Okay. And new date is from the parameter. Yeah. And so and the exceptions is exception dates have invalid range. Invalid range. And oh, we actually have two exceptions here. I forgot. We have Oh no, that's sorry. I'm thinking about the scheduling one. This is a simple one. This is just like the that's a dumb invariant here. That's fine. Yeah, yeah. So that's fine. And exceptions, invalid range. Start date must be before end date. That's good. And here we actually return type. We don't have meta. We have type, event, and then we have, yeah, what do we have for this? So we have retire type, date, and then data. Yeah. We don't have that meta. Data, start date, end date, name, date, set, summary. That is correct. So we have name and summary there. That's right. And then how to do exceptions? Type exception, and then we just pick that one. Type exception. So now we return. We don't throw. We return type exception and valid range. Yes. Okay. So that's a good translation to that. Do we have tests? I don't think we have tests. So okay, I'm going to just remove the test timelines if we don't have any. Should work with either a blank or whatever. I really don't. Yeah, again, extra crap. That's just eating up space. But here's a good example of where we really don't care about the other thing I don't like is that we have this error message. If result, yeah, I don't want this new, yeah, we don't want that. We don't need to wrap it around some object here. This is just data. Exceptions, exceptions, exceptions here. Yeah, we don't need this either. That's just going to be the same thing for all. And now our runner exception is going to go to the next result. Yeah, I don't need, yeah, I'm just going to return exception and the name that I'm looking up. And so this will be new. That's what we need to do. Okay, does this change our test runner? think it does. The test runner is going to be different because we're also doing that here. So invariant counter runner. And then if we have an exception doesn't equal undefined, then the name checkpoint exception. Oh yeah, right. Because now we're still just using the keyword here, which is pretty good because here we're not throwing anything to the user, so we can just stay at the anyway, you know what I mean. It should work then. If we run the tests, we shouldn't see a problem there. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this is throwing the exception and it's passing. And just to be triple sure, if we go to our tests, where's our stupid tests for that thing? Below the bootstrap. So here's all our tests. And we add an exclamation here. We should have a change in that. And so, yes, of course. Good. Yeah. Oh, good. That works just fine. That's another thing I love about event sourcing. Just look how fast the tests are always. Just like blistering fast. And you know everything's working. Let's do, oh, look at that. Set dates already has the set dates confirmation. So let's see if we get set dates. Try something like that. Set dates. Congratulations. Days are, is that correct? No, the congratulations is looking at the wrong one. We have this, but you know, where the hell did we set the other ones? Oh yeah, here. We're not showing all, but notice there's an undefined because that's somewhere else. So it's picking up that. It's the old implementation, so it's picking up those old events in that format, not the new ones. So that's good. And like a good event sourcing application, it's not throwing up anywhere based on that history. Okay. So this is quite promising. That seems to work well. Oh, I should see if we can actually, before we do that, I'll just refine something like that, and then just say, oh, it doesn't even allow me to do that. Really, can I not? I got my JavaScript's too good here. God damn it. All right, well. That's really cool. Okay, well, JavaScript's doing a good job. I could fake a request here with the right bad things, but I'll just take it. It's not really that important. Let's continue on. But yeah, I'm super stoked about that working. So that is converted. Look at that. And this whole exception business and all this is done. Awesome. So look at that. So far the application has this without the tests. It's quite small right now. This is really good. And then we have our refinement function here. I'm actually quite surprised we're not even doing initial state here, which is good. I mean, we're just clobbering it, so that's really, really good. And then the requirement, sorry, the data. Now, I'm not sure how to separate these two concerns because we have some data coming actually out of this navigation piece, meaning that it's coming from the web application. So it really belongs in the web application, but then what to do? I'm gonna call it web data. I think we should, because then we're gonna have the same thing for invariants for non-web stuff. So and that's really part of the navigation. And because it's a function, I kind of want to have it in a bit. I mean, tell me if you think this is a good idea or not. I personally think it is. So, yeah, I personally think that this is a good idea. Direction, path, next path, and then the web data is that. Was that correct syntax, or did I change that? I guess I did. So and that is good because none of the event handlers or anything else take that. Because eventually we will have something, like I said, data, but we'll be passing that in through the bootstrapper when we make our dynamic consistency boundary and dynamic context boundaries. But for now, that's good. This will have to obviously slice web data and its navigation. And that's where it grabs it from. Do we have anything else where we have an if? I think we have this thing, refinement. Yeah, we have this. That's ugly. Okay, we might change this. I think there's, once we get into the later slices that have more dynamic properties, we're going to have to refine some of this, but this is good. So we're keeping things very tiny and small at this moment. This is looking a little messy. That's okay. We have like a navigation. This actually should be called HTTP info or something, not navigation. Just leave it for now. I really want to rename it. I like that we have a kind of fairly distinct way of calling these. So if I do want to do a search replace, it's not going to be ripping my face off and taking forever to rewrite. So that's okay. We'll leave it as is for now. Just check if it works. We'll start with set dates. No, we should start with conference name. So testing. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Continue to dates. Yeah. 29th. Yeah, looks good. We're still, the confirmation is getting the wrong one. Still getting the old one. But we haven't had any issues here. Another place to check now is the tests. They still pass. That's good. Yeah, can't wait to rewrite some of the existing tests now. So that looks good. And the time slots is going to be more than enough in terms of how trivial, but how untrivial they are, because they do have some better logic. So next we keep that. Let's rid of those. And then we do conference confirmation. Navigation is that. Oh my goodness, this is really good. Event handlers, it's looking for date set. Yeah. And so we should immediately, there it is down here. So that's good. We have that. And so if I go back here and I refresh this, it should get the new page. Oh, it's got a problem. Okay. Rendering model, it's got a problem here. It's only got one date. State. And so of course, so type event, date set, it's looking for date set, and it should just return state. Because if event actually. That's all it does. Start date, the model equals that. Okay, we have this model problem, so we have to don't want to impose that model on all our views. So I think we're going to have our bootstrap put an object around. If we have a string, so come on, where's my, okay. No. If it's a string, then it's result.model is that. Otherwise, it's just the result model. Okay, correct my syntax, please. If there we go. That's what we want. I do not want any JSON parsing. Thank you very much. So if it's a string, wrap it in a model thing. It's not just straight, give it back to me straight. So that should fix it because we don't have that issue anymore. Now we should, yes. So we also get the latest 320. We're now getting this one, which is good. All right. So that fixes it. Now we can essentially put back strings, and we'll just have to make sure we use the word model. I'm wondering what would happen if, I mean, use the dot thing and just saying what the current objective is. It's probably like an array or something. Anyway, I have to see what how that template engine works with these, but for now this is good enough. Does the job. So yeah, this is quite good. It's got the name. We got everything that we need here when we don't have any data that we put in. Hey, salmon fish. It's a custom bootstrapper for event sourcing, a basic Express-based application. So essentially doing all the reducers here. So through event handlers and then refinement at the end is the first step in moving into some more, I guess, fun ways of indexing ever-growing data. This is, again, ever-growing data. This is not a typical table-based application. So everything's going to be, everything is a reducer. Or for the most part, for most things. Yeah, so the bootstrapper really does two things, since you're asking. What the bootstrapper does, iterates through all of the slices that we show. Oops, that we have, and the slices are defined here in the model, event model. So we kind of have walk through the application. As we go through that, we certainly look at what could happen in each place and have some tests, given when-then tests if we want. But this is kind of the architecture and information flow for what we want. It's the best kind of requirements you can do. And as you go through it, you accumulate these yellow stickies, which are the events, and that's ever growing. Because the information is ever growing, you're always reducing all the events to what you want to show. So yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but we'll see. Just keep watching what I'm doing, and hopefully you'll understand what we're after here. So I'll run the application again just to test after we do convert the next slice to this bootstrap. And again, we want our application to be dead easy. Here we can see just how little code we need to get each thing tested and all the state projected. So far, the event handlers are very simple. We will get into more complex stuff. I haven't heard. Okay, cool. Yeah. we're at a much more basic efficiency here. We just don't want to read as much information as about indexing information rather than compute. So that's what we're doing. So here we already don't need this. Okay. I think we're talking about two different things. So take a look at eventmodeling.org and look at this code if you want to see what I'm doing. But yeah, this is what we want to do here. And then I think I'm gonna come back later to finish this. I gotta probably eat some food now. It's getting to be 6:30. But we are on to the rooms part, which is good. I'm quite happy about, you know, this way of returning our function. There might be a better way to do this. The return, the type, the model. And the model is the state. We could just say create, you know, wrap model or something. This is a little bit verbose, I think. So we could have like model and then just put in the state. Make model. I think I'm gonna do that. 1 second here. All right. Yeah, so again, just to refine our slices more, I think, yeah, we could get some helper functions for creating these. I kind of want to make a decision before I make too many of these, because then we're going to have, I mean, if they're just helper functions and they just wrap what we have in our object structure, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm just thinking of, again, a reduction in the complexity here. So I think, yeah, of data name. So event conference named, that in a summary. I'm more worried about this because as a summary, so it's not as easy to name these. I guess let's try it. This is the last thing I'll do. I'm going to go to eat after this, but it shouldn't affect our test runner. It's just to help the syntax here be a little bit more concise. And I think we can also make some other things here more concise, although I'm not sure if it's worth it at this point. These seem pretty good. But this return thing is has to function make event result. And so now we can, well, it sort of does it. Okay. That's crazy. That's actually scary good. Wow. Wow. And so okay. Well, that was really good. Well, that worked. And okay. Makes exception. Do we really want name exception here? Type return. Make exception. I don't need that. And the message is embedded. Need that. And then we can do function make model result. Yikes. Scary good. All right. Okay, I'm not sure if salmonfish is actually listening to what I'm saying here. That's someone's bot, probably. Sorry about this. It's never ending. And if you're a real person, join us on Discord and say what you want there. Thanks. Okay. Primary function, make model state. Yep. And then here we have that make event result, return make exception. Yeah, that's good. Refinement function. Yep. And what else do we have here? Okay, let's give it a go. See if that actually worked. Let's name the conference. Oh, great. Sorry, guys. That went on the wrong page because I was dealing with spammers. I have to fix the navigation stuff. Anyway, I think navigation will be an interesting project for all of this. Conference name. Let's have testing. Continue. Ah, we do have a problem. Local string. Okay, so it's not doing. Okay, it goes make. I thought that it wrapped it correctly. Why is it not wrapping it correctly? Exception model. Yeah, so we have type event exception model, model, name, and summary. So conference name confirmation, make model result, model. Yep, that's just the state. Conference named. Conference named is there. Name is there. So why are we failing here? Cannot create local. So it is returning. But for some reason, if this case is a model result type, result model instance of string. Okay, I'll come back to this after dinner. So see you in a bit. Yeah, sorry to leave on a bug, but